go. Ah, thank you for the host, Delta Ranger. Yeah, I'm going to redeem myself and get past that one speed bump I had in this case. You know. I'm gonna move my chat window around. There we go. I love this music though. It's like anyways. That one. See, I found out that I fucked up. Out of all the evidence, I presented stuff like this regarding the SL9 incident, and did not present... What was it? It's like I presented most of the stuff, but I didn't present this. This one piece of paper.
Detective Goodman's note and the switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago.
Which I could have swore I hit this conversation option, but I evidently didn't.
That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
But why would evidence for that case turn up now? Well, when you missed one thing, no kidding.
I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case.
And you see, now I can ask him about the SL9. I evidently triggered that conversation with the other pieces of evidence, but it doesn't trigger the actual conversation. And that's where I fucked up. Yeah, I missed one thing.
Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violence? So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill.
Rumors? About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with a transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself?
Hey, pal, look at the time!
Was there something you need to be going to?
It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give him my report that day.
Why the hell is it on a restaurant? Oh god, oh, we're gonna be hitting that place. I think. No, I don't know if that's in this game. No, it has to be. No, anyways, sorry. Some may try to silence you for sticking your nose in it.
Might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? One that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he could use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
I should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. And now I can talk to fucking Edgeworth. Hi, Bambina. Let's see here. Underground parking lot. And boom. I feel a little upset that I fucked up. And that's why I couldn't progress last time. You know, last week. Poor Gumshoe. His heart's in the right place, though. It is. It is. His mind is somewhere in left field, but his heart's in the right place. February 23rd. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Ah, guest, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back for the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe is... Oh, sorry. By the way, Detective Gumshoe is looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Now I can finally progress, because I screwed up at the end last week. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Edgeworth is a bum, but hey everyone! Hey ma'am! Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Bring great shame upon my family? What? What do you mean, Delta? What do you mean I bring great shame upon my family? The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results. Great, I got a streak around my glasses! I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Right, let me present evidence. God, I don't even know what to present, Tim. Oh yeah, I messed up the investigation and missed critical. No, I did not miss critical evidence. Oh right, better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of ID card usage? Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. Which, anyone remember that blue screwdriver? Now, it was never in our evidence, personal evidence, but it was probably key evidence for a different related crime. Preferably in the room of that one girl that winks and has the whole bounce thing. He told me that he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Oh, I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver added to the court record. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Yeah. Look at this now. I got a third page of fucking evidence. Alright? If you thought this case was small, you are wrong. Do not speak of that thing. Alright, I won't speak of it. Wink! Boink! Oh, man. Alright, let's see here. What else? Wright, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Very good. Plates of AC-7 use the Raven and UAVs. Heck yeah. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. I mean, I got reaction for that. Nope. Let's see here. Nope. He doesn't want to talk about that. Oh, shit. I thought it was the other one. Better be telling you this about sooner or later. Whoops. Whoopsies. Oh, well, I did not mean to click through conversation. I thought it was the same one, and he had the same reaction. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. There we go, whatever it is. The SO9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in this case 2 years ago too, then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working for him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is, why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you are still studying forensic science, do you know that discoveries for the blur? Yeah, it sounds about right. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid, hmm? Well then, you might have a use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. I'm giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well. Yeah, why doesn't he give... Well, then again, it'd be Gumshoe. He'd probably fuck it up somehow. Anyways. Right. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. And away we go! Oh, wait a second. Where'd she run off to? Everyone's run off. Oh yeah, by the way, I had a I have phone calls from the job thing I was supposed to have, and there's like paperwork that I need to sign. But the problem is, of course, especially with social distancing, they have to email it to me. I have to print it out, sign it, scan it, and send it back. Problem, I have no scanner, and I have no printer that works. I've got an old printer that it doesn't work anymore. I think I'm missing a cable for it, too. Went to get go to a friend's house because he had one. It didn't work either. So I'm going to go to another friend's house tomorrow to get that done. Yay! I tried buying a printer, but yeah, turns out with everyone having to stay indoors, yeah, the only printers that are out there are way too expensive, way overpriced. But February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. 2 suspicious handprints. Here, And this blood on the detective evidence locker. Let's use that secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint, so let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger! I want that finger. I said I want that finger! Oh, fine. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Wait, Prince? I thought Prince... Should he be formally known as Prince? Or is he formally known as Prince? Anyways, let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you do that? The A button. Wait, what? By the way, on the DS, it had a microphone. You literally would blow into the mic to blow away the excess powder. Sniper, get down! Thanks for those sparks. And thanks for those sparks, Mud Wraiths. Looks like that did the trick. Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the Y button. Exciting, I know. Damn. Imagine you're blowing out candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. No, but really, on the DS, he actually had the mic. You would blow into the mic to cause it to, yeah. Might take some getting used to, though. It's fine, I won't go up your nose or anything. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. These are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. So I'd better give it a try.
I like it thick.
Also, for any police officers who may or may not be watching, I know it's a whole lot of white powder, and it says at the bottom that there's blow. It's not what it looks like, sir. Okay? Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks like nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mentioned it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here! Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely, there are other prints. Fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Fingerprints outside the blood. The blood.
I am the law.
Alright, and, blow. Whoa, there we go. Yeah, print so clear it's dazzling. It's not what it looks like. Sure. Yeah, it's like, alright, now we need to get rid of the excess. God, that's another thing. I'm going to be doing a piss test, a whiz quiz here in the next few days. Not that it bothers me. Just hate having to set all that crap up. Again. It's been a while. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint, not knowing who the owner is, right? Excuse me. Oh, yeah, also, fun times. I locked myself out of my house somehow. I evidently lost my house key somewhere. So, if some hobo comes walking in and stabs me to death on camera, they're the one who found my key, and we should thank them. But, yeah, no clue what happened to my house key. Can't find it. I know I left with it. I locked the door. I actually had to call D-Vamp, who's got a spare key of mine. He had to drive all the way from, the next city over in order to let me back into my own house. Alright. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Well, I can think of one person. Dick Gumshoe. That looks like his, alright. I mean, it is his locker. 16 points of comparison. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Yeah, thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Slide. This is where we got the luminol fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Let's check for prints. Alright, let's check this out. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. The gremlin stole it. Something like that. I don't know. I was out trying to find a printer, so it could have... It's probably in like a Walmart parking lot or Target or wherever other place I went. Somewhere in between. I thought I may have dropped it on my way back up the drive, but couldn't find it in the pine needles and grass at all. It's not in my car. It's not in my house, obviously. I had to lock up my house somehow. So... What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by a bloody hand. So, somewhere around here, maybe. Because this is where the blood was, and assuming I didn't get crazy with the wiping, that would be roughly where the index finger would be. Ah, sorry. Pretty sure it's allergies and not corona. Alright, low! Hey! That's actually not bad looking. It's evidently not good enough, according to the game. There we go. Alright, this... If you turned it a bit, it's not too dissimilar. It's not good. Uh-oh. Okay, Jake Marshall. But wasn't that Goodman's locker? Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Bloody handprint left in the evidence room. Printed and wiped. That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma? This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood, and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh! So, we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. What was it, a shaving accident? But why would Officer Marshall... Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. See, and this is where I had originally planned stopping my stream last week, but I effed up. Just a little bit. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. When is it going to be continued? Right now, of course! After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Yeah, great! Hope they don't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. God damn it! I'm trying to get you off! A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Okay, I thought that was my phone, but... Much to my regrets, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. If you're losing that much blood from a shaving cut, there's something seriously wrong. No, you could lose a bit of, cut yourself and then, like, wipe your hand in it and then, like, smear. You wouldn't have to lose that much blood. You just have to aggravate it and then, like, get it all over your hands. It just takes time. You gotta be willing to get your hands dirty to make a partial bloody handprint, Delta. You can't just wave it off. Miss Sky, we found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Damn right I'm going to do what I have to do, Lana. You're going to make your little sister cry. I mean, she clearly wasn't cheering for me to win anyway, not against Edgeworth. But, I need to show her what's up. February 24th, 10 a.m. on the dot, because the judge is, if anything, punctual. She looks like a military officer. She actually looks a lot like, God, what was it? She looks a lot like a head prosecutor from, I think it was, how was it, Croatia? Might have been, or Michael Jackson? Jeez, ma'am! Oh, man, that's just cruel. Alright, will the come to the stand? Oof. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goldman, was slain at both places at the same time. Maybe that's why she killed him. He stole her outfit. I mean, Michael Jackson's outfit. It's a white suit with the white, fedora. I mean, come on. Maybe that's why she killed the guy. Or he, I should say. Clearly, Michael Jackson's trying to be incognito with the Lana name.
But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now what's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart? He sounds so on top of things.
Shut up, Emma! I know I'm not on top of things!
Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait?
Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. But Edgeworth doesn't have a degree in bullshittery. He actually went to night school for bullshittery, so... Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekin, sir! My occupation is, that would be murder, sir! So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You've got to believe me, sir!
Edgeworth has a PhD. You might be right. Are you sure it's not a master's? I mean...
Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is...
Sir, I want you to call part of being the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend!
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir!
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir!
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish! After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Oh, I hurt myself in my confusion. You can't fault it for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you! That's the Meekins family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness.
Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir!
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
What I need here is more info to work with. No kidding. Hold it. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir! I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir!
Wait, you're not a new recruit? You hire the... Oh, God. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by Chief and Detective, sir! I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process! That was my sole mission for the day, sir!
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? He seems unstable. What the hell? I know! Okay? It's not my fault, okay? Suspicious man, security screen, rush to the room! Alright, hold on. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir! I have one right here around my neck! So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's 4989596! That's my number, sir! I see, huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. I'm gonna have to start drinking something stronger to deal with this. I highly suggest it. It's no real mystery, sir! The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything had settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Right, so we only have one number on there that we do not know. I was only doing what's trying to do, sir! Hold it. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goldman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling him to death. To detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked! I grabbed the man by his collar! Fought for my life! Then I did it! Hold it. What exactly do you mean when you say, did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Close my eyes like a man. Oh, jeez. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, called BS. Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! Oh my god. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious! Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too! I woke up crying tears of pain! That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir! The Blue Badger, sir! I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Yeah, unstable. You can say that. Well, we can all rest easy now.
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what had happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, officer. Oh, why I'm yawning? God damn, I only just started streaming. Jesus Christ.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this! It was sent to my jail cell! Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir! The chief? Delivered it?
What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir! That's absolutely right, sir! Videotape, sir! It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room! What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and I was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Severe case of ADHD. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, God. That's right, you can't turn that son of a bitch off. Oh, there goes Meekins. Ah. Jesus. Why do the police have a mascot? PR, you know. Interesting, interesting, interesting. I always loved that face on Edgeworth.
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. What do we do with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood?
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Colonel Paris department, sir! It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Meekins' sneak is 0, yeah.
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and in some sort of, activity took place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! I disagree. Personally. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir! So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it! The hell? Oh.
What's this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Interesting. Hold it. Alright, question. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? So, sir, you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face? I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'll bet my badge on it. You will regret those words. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people have seen or not seen it,
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Ika! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claim the man who had brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. About those lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir! I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past! They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir! I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir! This, too! The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir! How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Oh, God. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it! Psycho! Yeah, no kidding. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir! If I may say something, sir!
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir! My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. So right, let's check the court record again. Can I actually watch the tape again? Oh God, I can. Oh, like the stars. At least I don't have to listen to that. Fingerprint test. I got this. All right. Pretty sure the main thing is I think he's wearing gloves. Also, I can tell you a little bit of something at the end of the case. Although let's watch into the tape. Yeah, I think he's wearing gloves. But if you notice, you see that one right there at the end. You notice Meekins is down, and while that one's open, when it pans back, you can see something sticking out of it. Which means it was opened. On the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let's further inspect this piece of evidence.
I'll now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video? This is going to be the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Let's take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. I'm going to point out the other, fingerprint thing. Please don't zoom in and play it too many times. I can't say I'm watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer?
Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where's the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman.
Is this as fast forward can go? The thing that's strange about this video is... Oh, wait, did I...
Yes, that is... Wait, something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. Oh, meant to do the case. One thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah.
Whew. Almost walked right into the defensive trap.
I'll place him under arrest, sir! Hold on. Hold on. Look, I did the little piece sticking out. Maybe I should have done the thing itself. Jeez. Alright. Hold on. God, I gotta sit through this again. Fucking little badger. Honestly, I think he's wearing gloves, frankly. So if the actual thing itself doesn't count.
Hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it.
What? Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine?
Don't look at me with those bleary eyes.
Okay, so I guess... Okay. What am I fucking up? Alright. Maybe I'm, barking up the wrong tree. Are these not gloves? Ah, you know what? That would, I'm gonna say that glove could be in there. What? Come on! Look, you could put that glove in there, and it would just open up. Yeah, no, when he drops the glove! I mean, shit. I can't be stuck again. I've done this case multiple times, albeit like 15 fucking years ago, but I don't want to have to deal with this fucking badger! Oh, wait a second. Ah! I just remembered, these things have a light on top when it shows that it's open. That one's lit! That's what I was supposed to be showing. Stupid me. Thing that's strange about this video, it's gotta be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like... God, no! Not the music! Works like this.
When you grab the handle...
I saw Gumshoe immediately wanted to go into his voice. You grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. It's a match. The light turns on, the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. See, we're jumping the gun a bit. Swear to fucking God, can we just hurry this up? I don't have to deal with this blue badger. I'm gonna commit a murder at this point. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it to a little early. God, no! That gyrating piece of plywood! I swear I want to burn that son of a bitch. This is torture! I know! Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit.
Oh, thank the stars. It went away. Ah, for now, this case isn't over, though. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. I don't even need to voice that. He does it himself.
Order, order! What's the meaning of this?
It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another. No, not the video. Oh,
very well. Let's inspect the video once more. Locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause of this. No!
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, thank the stars, it at least took away the fucking audio. Even the game knows that we're done with this music. Do 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 do. It's gonna be stuck in your freaking heads. Every last one of you will dream that damn song.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
This sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
You know, I think they need to arrest whoever. Well, okay, Gumshoe made that thing, and they probably do need to arrest him, but whoever made the song needs to be arrested too. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understood now, sir! It's just like my tie! 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical circuits. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator at the crime scene.
There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Don't murder my dreams, so I'm safe. That's... yeah, for the most part.
Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locked door?
Why, a rubber glove, of course. No glove, no love. Or in this case, no murder. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to it. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened the locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir!
Order, order, order! So we're to believe that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Oh, excuse me. Mr.
Officer Meekins,
Please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? I mean, yes?
Very well, begin your testimony.
Mystery Man 2, Electric Boogaloo. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. His thinking face is observing. Oh! To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Then the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card!
An ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Wait, oh, god damn, and why does Gumshoe have a locker there? He's got a personal locker there! How many incidents has he been wrapped up in? Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most are cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Hold it. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Yes, sir! This card right next to my cuff, sir! I keep it here so I won't ever forget it! But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck out of the car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one alone? At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Record is used. There's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to.
Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman?
What's the matter?
According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he can hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. Hey! Get the wrong color, kid.
It It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card! Hold it, are we sure? Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked a man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir! Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. But maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. That's right. What do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. Now, I can't remember exactly what I'm supposed to be doing here. So, the thing is, I have Goodman's ID card. You know, and right around the same time, where else would have Goodman's card been? Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. Unless you're Gumshoe, then you have many missing cards. That's gonna be like my house key that's out in the open now. Again, if you see me get murdered and, like, someone wears my face on stream, just say hi. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir! I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
No. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
Lost item report. It's only half completed.
But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order, order! So now, what does this all mean?
It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response?
Yeah, I basically just danced in the prosecution's palm. I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his... Damn, I don't know why I'm yawning. God, I had a night's rest. Hell, I practically slept in. Got woken up with a phone call. Why am I yawning? Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing a finger around. This isn't going to end well. Oh, your net's on the fritz? Yeah. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place. And the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot. Of the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Should have known better. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly is the victim Officer Meekins encountered?
Honestly, anyone encountering Officer Meekins, as far as I'm concerned, is a victim.
And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. No? Of course not. Edgeworth, quit taking shit out of context. Yeah, well, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. But... Look, at least it's not the audio with it. That. However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor?
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. I hope all the police officers aren't like Meekins. No, they're like Gumshoe. That's not much better. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh, whom do you have in mind?
Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. Wow, Edgeworth incompetent much? The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified. What is his or her name?
Why, Bruce Goodman. No, wait, hold on. Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for gunning the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. Court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
It's not the same as a gavel. Do it for me, Judge. No, you didn't even hit the gavel! February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Edgeworth gonna get clapped, no. Oh, it's not quite Edgeworth gonna get clapped. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything out yet. Lana? You're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Do you trust me? That's an icy stare right there.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, yes.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky!
Sister ain't wrong, though. That's true. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh, you mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SO9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
SO9 incident? Holy shit, we got the files! But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in the case.
Miss Sky was a witness? Joe Dark killings. So, 2 years ago.
Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders.
Hold on, I want to read these, like, stat. Closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall? Hold on a second. Is that Jake Marshall's bro? Head Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witness Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Both of them were witnesses to SL9, a serial killing. Honestly, this reads like credits. Investigative Task Force. Executive Investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head Investigator Bruce Goldman. And Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. Very intriguing information.
Oh, what? Now I've brought you stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SO9 incident. Is that... You're acting as... What? Wait a second. What do you mean my acting is some Judge Dredd level crap?
I am the law!
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
I am the law.
The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with. No! The sentence, death. Okay, that, I'll agree, that was Judge Dredd level. God damn it. Hey, that means I can act at least as good as Sylvester Stallone. I mean, that's a pretty low bar, really low hurdle there, but, you know, it's a hurdle at least. Emma, wait! She ran away.
You know what? I just heard. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out here.
Really? Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. I like the remake. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. You better take a good look at this file. God, it's been forever since I've seen any of the Judge Dredds. Just, it's been forever. Granted, I don't tend to get around to watching too many movies. I used to watch a lot more movies back, you know, when I was younger, but nowadays I don't watch too many. I did get to rewatching, like, the Aliens movies. Not that long ago. It was like middle of last year, I want to say. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. And no Lana here. Or Emma, I guess. Alien was also... You know what's really funny is watching the first Alien movie, I really didn't care for it that much. But the second Alien movie was a lot better than I remembered. It's the weirdest thing. You know, it's like Jaws. The first Jaws movie is like kind of campy when you rewatch it. And you're just kind of like, man, I can't remember, you know, it being... I thought it was better than this. You know, but the second one was actually pretty good. It's Space Marines. Yeah. Yeah, the second one had the Space Marines. It had all the iconic lines. That's what the second Aliens movie had, all the iconic lines that everyone quotes constantly. You know, it had all the scenes that everyone thinks about when it comes to... Now, beyond that, then you got into weird territory. Just like the third Jaws movie, the third and beyond Alien movies were... Okay... It's like they're just trying to stretch it for all its goddamn worth.
In any case, the court will now reconvene in the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Glug, 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 glug. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Glug, 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 glug. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Aliens Colonial Marines was a flop, though. Yes, that game was awful, okay? If you want a good Aliens game, look at, oh god, what was it called? It's the most recent one. Yes, that's a Flask. Oh, you didn't meet him! Oh, no! Oh god, yeah, that's a Flask. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know, you're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner.
Well, what do you mean?
A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can sum it up.
Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly.
Please share with us your testimony the day of the crime. In plain old English. What's English? My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyways. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Yeah, he just admitted to drinking on the damn job.
Can't say I particularly care for your attitude.
Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Oh, don't you dare diss the beard.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras, the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's drinking in court. Mayhem? He's not only drinking in court, he's bringing a knife up and shaving himself. A knife in court! On the stand, no less. He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor?
This one seems like trouble.
Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Oh, man. My job is to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. Alright, hold on. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing's moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual was recorded, tapes ought to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. I said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force.
So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime.
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck into the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Does this guy avoid being fired? Yeah, I do believe that he's been in there, though. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors in the locker handles cannot be seen. It is well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. You can tell us what you were doing when the crime took place.
And if I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. He was drinking on the job. What are you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches could beat that parlor's vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says,
"Did you not want a raise this year?"
He's an innocent traveling man, so get out of ammo. It's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? Well, that's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently, superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card at my lease. Let's keep my cool. If I use it though, I'd better up the ante. What do you mean? Now, here's a question. What to present? Now, I have this. But here's the problem, it's like I don't know exactly where I need to present the evidence. Like, do I also present, God, there's a lot of these. Evidence lockers? He said he wasn't in the room. That's what he's claiming. This could be the wrong thing. Yeah, no, that was the wrong thing. You can tell because the bar over there. How exactly is the evidence of the statement just now related? They aren't, are they? Well, not the statement. Please think of the facts before making accusations. See, what you talk about is the fingerprint evidence. But before I use it, I better up the ante. I'm gonna save just for save scumming purposes. Nope, that's the wrong one. I was hoping the cameras and the key cards. That's what he's talking about. He's saying the cameras and the key cards. There's also the fingerprints on the doors, though, and he didn't really know much about that, and most of the officers evidently don't. And it's like, I can't remember what, Oh, I just presented it to the wrong thing. There is an unknown number, you're right, and it's 7777777. Officer Marshall, does this strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this. Evidently, I was presenting the fingerprint at the wrong time. Whoops. Or wrong place. This game can be a little persnickety about that. Can you object to a statement? I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. I did. And that's how I got the first penalty. But that's okay. I'll fly by the seat of my pants, like I always do. As you being called to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or, to be exact, a handprint. Huh, this is real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood.
Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. I almost said showed. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on its shoulders. I take it as that you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime.
Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The mirror touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know that the mirror was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
Witness's explanation appears valid, but there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
That's why I do say, whenever you play this game, it's your first time through, do not begrudge save scumming. You know, making saves constantly. Don't feel bad about it. You're not going to get everything on the first try. Sometimes it's, you got no damn clue and you just trial and error. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. But sure as hell they ain't hiding that knife from the judge. How, though, would he have known the murderer used gloves? Hold it, sir. Yeah, actually, this is on Xbox. Originally, it was on the DS. I have them. I show them, but yeah, this is on. But as there is a Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. That's just the first 3 games. Like this, actually on Xbox, on PC. I'm pretty sure PlayStation 4. You know, I'm playing it on Xbox right now. I mean, is this not evidence enough? I present evidence! How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Can't let him squirm out this one. I'll find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to the crime. Like I said, it's unnatural when fingerprints be in the room. Hold on. Oh. Pretty sure I just need to present that damnable tape. I already showed that the guy, well, I mean, he had gloves. Oh, let me press him first. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Now, here's the thing. I want to present that security video, but god damn it if I'm not gonna get penalized again, I'm sure of it. Damn it! That's because you, how do you put it, pay respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. This is the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. It's never removed from that locker's programming. You must have been using a fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Ah! There we go. Now it's been updated. Now I can do it right. My fault for not pressing. I'm even the one who said, press everything. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? The seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. And there's only one reality, and that's this. So I didn't even need to present anything. I'm a dum-dum. Like I said, press everything. Don't be like me. Do as I say, not as I do. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Oh, that is a little too on the nose. Oh, come on. It should have been the tape. Hold on. I'm not safe scumming. What are you talking about? Yeah, thanks for that first aid, Delta. And let's skip through that. Thanks for the sparks, though. I should present the handprint again. Like I said, it's been 15 years since I did this case, and my god, is it a lengthy one. Oh, shit. That's not what I meant. What do you mean by that? You won't tie me into this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone's familiar with the camera's position, they can leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Sure. Wait, earlier you said it had been 50 years. No, 15, not 50. I'm not that old. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. And tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or we might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video.
Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Yeah, God, look, Delta, this is your fault. We're having to listen to this because you wanted to sass me, alright? There! How's that for evidence? Ah. Please allow me to apologize for my colleague, Your Honor. He gets carried away sometimes.
Yes, well, this is certainly a first.
We forgive him too, Officer Marshall. He's not a bad man, just a bit disillusioned. Of course, no one to gun down unarmed boys. Wait, what? I'm being penalized? That's the right thing! You son of a bitch.
Very well, let's get back to the cross-examination.
No, you goddamn it! If I sassed you, why are you kicking in the door? And you know what, Mayhem? You're probably right. It's probably his knife. So you know what? I'm gonna try the knife then. I thought we were going to just show that, hey, it looks like clearly that door was open, but god damn it, sometimes you just... But you're probably right, it's probably his knife. God damn it! Right. Well, I'm gonna load again. Son of a bitch, what am I missing? Okay, so I tried to show his locker was opened. Maybe I gotta show the cloth? Maybe that's what I'm doing wrong. This case, I'm gonna say, is like really anal retentive compared to most of the other cases. Like really anal retentive. I'm gonna overwrite that save so we don't have to go through that. I tried showing the locker, but I should have showed the little cloth. That's my only guess right now. It didn't seem to be the knife. I'm sorry, guys, to have to drag you through this. Can I rewind to, like... No. Well, I can't sass you because I don't know anyone in the SAS, or do I? No, you don't, because they're British. I couldn't speak with a Cockney accent if you... I tried to get a good part where it shows the knife fully, but... Will that work? There we go! That's what I did wrong. Bring our attention back to the security camera. If it is a mistake, I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Why didn't you let me do the entire locker? I don't know why. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Jesus Christ! That thing's got a billy club! God, he's trying to beat us! Police brutality! Fucking blue badger.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. It's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away.
Order, order!
It would seem that this is only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needs to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? He doesn't realize about the whole fingerprint thing. This guy just isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah, I call your bluff. You say I open that locker, now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't even know about the fingerprint locks.
Honestly, that's a really impressive fingerprint lock. That they're so good and so accurate that people every day just opening the lockers don't even realize it's there. It's not only gets a fast reading, it supposedly gets an accurate reading, and it can be placed in different positions. Because you think everyone grabs a locker the same way? So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No!
Order, order, order! Witness! Explain yourself!
If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. He's gonna tear his own teeth out.
Ole, please answer the question.
God damn it, really? Really, Judge Ole? What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here.
We can?
Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall.
If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion. Wait, I have a conclusion?
Well then, let's hear it.
Yeah, well... Wait, here. I mean, I guess he's V for victim? Because that would be Meekins. Officer Marshall was standing right here. I had to make sure it was V for victim.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
No. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed a detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He's also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir! Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it?
Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it.
The answer is simple, he couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this ID card.
Oh, I get it!
If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? Still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim.
I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim?
Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're one who couldn't take the desert heat. Heck, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. But what if it's in the box? Oh, okay. Someone just sent me a text I thought was related, like I had a problem, but it wasn't. Shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think that this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime, but he did, despite the chance of it having discovered later on that it had been opened. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker.
According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. After the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of this locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth?
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. No evidence, so...
Very well, let's take yet another look. I have the security tape. God damn, just kill me now. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had opened his own locker.
Now, can anyone here guess what the white cloth is? Hopefully it doesn't screw me over for presenting the blood stain. There we go. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman. I've entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When he asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
Couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. No one else would be able to open the locker to find it.
Now then, Officer Marshall, Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you're only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright, it seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Well, that's probably deep sick part of my own case, but okay.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for just a small donation. Actually, yeah, it is a bit too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years ago had passed since the case was closed. I was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of the investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to thank him a little more about his raise this year. Or think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry I had to turn out this way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say.
So you knocked Officer Meekins out and...
Yeah, he has the knife. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I don't think it'd make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. At 5:15, maybe not. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. Is Edward the opposition or an ally? Here's the thing. Right now... Yeah, both. Yeah. But right now, he is actually trying to, he does want to prove that no murder occurred there of Mr. Goodman, or Detective Goodman. Because that means that the only place that Detective Goodman was killed was with Lana, the suspect stabbing him with Edgeworth's knife in Edgeworth's trunk. Okay? So right now, he is interested in proving this. But I want to go just a little bit further. So, you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, evidence was already... Man, excuse me. The evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. I can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. But yeah, Mayhem's right. He's basically both, though, at this point. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is that he deserved his sentence.
I remember that Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason. I feel he would wind up here sooner or later. Everyone here is related in some way to the case. Better take... Well, I don't need to take another look at the files. I know. There's a certain name on there I mentioned before. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SO9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SO9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
Must have been talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SO9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then Deputy Chief of Police. Yeah, his brother was killed. A group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now I know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, surrendered him unconscious, and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. I object to that, sir. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on in the police department. Chance? Oh no. I don't believe in chance. I'll make my own luck.
So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Again, it's a two-timing... Oh, boy. Delta, I can't say that out loud. Also, there's a little too-on-the-nose bit in there. That, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. I object! But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murderer took place at the prosecutor's office. Only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely uncontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Hold it! Wait. Oh. Your Honor, wait! Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright. Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense, please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Very generous. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident reverted to the Joe Dark killings? Now she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I know his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. God damn it, Emma! Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. Whatever I need to be concentrated, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object! Why? Because I'm bullshitting! No, I'm kidding. Handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Precisely. Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
All this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plans? Is that a security video, or just straight up saying, hey, wasn't that fucking blue badger dancing right in front of the locker? As I said back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. Seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. No, just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try to remember what... No, okay, so it wasn't the tape. Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. Okay, it wasn't the tape itself.
This brave defense is simply trying to buy time.
Okay. Okay, it wasn't the tape itself I had to show, but what was in the way. The wording kind of confused me. What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, the mascot of the police force. Defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well?
Well, what?
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot in the locker.
What? What?
Yeah, better what? Say what? Say what? But anyways, yes.
So that means, what exactly does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces are undoubtedly found in that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
They sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but isn't that the only possible explanation? On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered! What? No object to that! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Objection! The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room.
That's right, the blood mark on this locker proves this.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Yeah, in fact, actually, I'm gonna save. I got a great idea what it is, but just in case.
What shows when the first crime took place?
It should be this ID card ledger with... Ah, shit. God damn it, Edgeworth! Can you not be accused of murder once in my goddamn life? The crime took place inside the evidence room. The killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record!
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah!
Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
This is clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's take a look at the chart again. Yeah, by the way, I know my head's in the way, so there you go. The final card number is 777777 and 7. Don't wear it out. That's 7 7s to you. I mean, if someone wanted a really memorable number, they've got it. Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How would Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 77777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted... An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I wanted to know is one thing about that incident.
This 09 incident.
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Interesting, but why? Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana? I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law, but before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in the crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence.
Oh boy.
See? That's what I'm talking about. No.
No! Whoa! Order, 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 order!
Jesus, that is loud! Lana's remarks caused such a stir! Jesus! The chaos of the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Ooh. Da 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 da. Yes, please save my progress. I might have to save Scum again. Okay, so my client just admitted to forging evidence that got someone executed. Yay! Oh boy. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and Company Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. We need to know more! Spill the beans, girl! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provide bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He could have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Londa was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said that you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Well, the prosecutor's office is in a completely different building. But Lana, wasn't the chief... Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. That's one hell of a promotion. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Why does no one tell me these things? It's important! February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, you're wrong! An innocent person might be found guilty! Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SO9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered in the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. The witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. Hold on, let's talk about her detective years first. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They're the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. You really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SO9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, correct? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. We tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some paperwork while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems, Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all. Her sister must have gone through what my sister must have gone through. Blah, tripped over myself. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. No, sorry, I don't. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark? Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, correct? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I share. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Well, that's the prosecutor's place. Hold on 1 second. This streak on my lens is starting to bother me. I think I'm getting a headache from it. Ugh. Just cleaning my lens real quick. I got a cleaning cloth over here. Wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't like centered in my field of view for just one eye. I should have did this hours ago. I think I've got a headache because of it. Oh well. Ugh. There we go. And now I'm back. February 24th, Police Department entrance. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned up this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. We all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prospectors head west? If there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh, looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Yeah, well, someone was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean That switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Oh, thank you for the host, V-Soul Gaming. The scars the SL9 left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the, King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? It was an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that was the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have already gone by. Or, well, gone by already. Whoops. I got ahead of myself. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired. I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. Oh, sorry. Not Marshall's voice. After that case, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Or, yeah. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. All 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? Let me put this over here because it's empty. Get out of my way. It was certainly enlightening. One thing's for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one that used the falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. And exit stage left is Mr. Jake Marshall. In any case, going to Criminals Affairs. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. What was a bug just zipped by my head? With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media and tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right! You can't go in there! It's off limits! Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office! Unperturbed. She just does not care. Nope. Move. Oh boy. This is the chief's office. And we know something is a bit up. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. I mean... Whoa! Where am I? In the Chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said at the door. Check out that pipe organ! That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Why is there a church organ there? Damon Gant likes to be dramatic. I never could remember where C was. Oh, shit! Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! He put that paper he's reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? You mean about the forged evidence. 2 years ago it passed since that incident. My, how time flies. You see that big picture on the wall over there? Well, that's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Yeah, we're just gonna take that. But yeah, the whole point of the pipe organ is Damon Gant is dramatic, of course. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. How do we get in there, though? By the way, this is that big old picture. Let's see here. Let's look around. Maybe we'll trigger something, huh? February 24th, Prosecutor's Office underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. Must be where the detectives are. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Yeah, that's a bad thing when you make your own client look guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Oh, boy. I wonder if I could talk to Edgeworth. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago? I guess we'll just have to come back later. Let's see, where have we not gone? Ha! Let's go right back into here, of course. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Hey, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Oh, great. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Well, we know who to talk to. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Perhaps I shouldn't say that while Lana Skye is my client, and I'm walking around with her younger sister. I understand my mistake now.
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around with Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat.
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, be careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl?
Yeah, that's some girl standing right here. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see here. I think I had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. I'll do that in a second.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him to an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up on the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
I'm sorry, but that just sounds like, you know, someone in, say, GTA who forgot the quick save. Or like, you know, just like, or Skyrim, you know, you end up killing someone on accident, and someone witnesses it to kill them, and oh, someone witnessed that. Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture, and there wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in?
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma, the little girl who's running around with me. Hold on 1 second, I'm going to present about the murder weapon. I have it right here, but it's broken. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. Somebody trying to buy Metal Gear Castlevania Silent Hill from Konami, I hope. Oh god, I hope so! Anything to get it away from Konami. I don't care who buys it. Really, I don't care who buys it. As long as they get all of those away from Konami. Just hand them to Kojima. Well, maybe not Castlevania, but Metal Gear and Silent Hill. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of?
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And it was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. Yeah, Silent Hill. What's Silent Hill so bad to come be revived? When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't need to take a good look to see that, Gumshoe. Shit. Okay, Emma stole my line. Or maybe I stole Emma's line. You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Interesting. Slip-blade knife updated.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked up. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock that door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It's Detective Goodman's. Shit! I'm using the victim's ID card to get in.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Okay. Whew. At least they have some semblance of security. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Nope. Okay, so that's not it. Interesting. Ah! How about that?
About that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
Now, this must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before?
It's in the chief's office! Ah! Alright, so something I'm missing here.
That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yeah, last one, which, again, my head is covering. Let me switch over to camera. Whoop! Aha! It's over there. 77777777. Victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
77777777.
That's one too many. That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. I just might have a hunch. What else do I present?
I was studying up on those files. I'm sort of wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty.
Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour.
Are you okay, Detective?
Quick, run! Achoo!
Did you just get rid of my...
If it's any time, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted? Alright, I'm clearly missing something. Can't show him that to get the connection. So there's something I'm missing. Last time I didn't present the right thing to him and, well, y'all saw what happened.
Oh, lost time report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat.
Well, I'm a master misplaced me, you know.
Master. That has such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Somehow. Wow, a higher power. Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence.
They just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces, too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula. I mean, this can't detect any blood traces?
Oh, I'm sorry, you mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
What am I missing? This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstand in the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the blue badge, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten. I'm missing something.
ID card belonged to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation.
Found Mr. Edwards' car with Mr. Edwards' knife. I'll drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing. Wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have, a grudge against Mr. Edwards.
I don't know what I'm missing. Good thing I don't have to watch that again. For now. Died for blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing its tip.
You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now, so I don't trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Okay, so what am I missing? No, I mean, I know that. We're supposed to present something to him. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with blood on it, Detective? A handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints.
Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you?
If that happens, I think it'd be better pleading than Edgeworth. Ah, boy. So I'm missing something. I know there's some part... Oop. Ah, maybe it's not him I need to present. Ah, I noticed the defense attorney's a tendency to want to show people things. What is this, a behavioral study of lawyers? Alright. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. It really means it. Anna! Alright, hold on. I think 4 is the usual max. Ah! I was sitting there trying to present stuff to Gumshoe because he screwed me over last week. I didn't even have to talk further with him at all. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! Looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation made? Shut up, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Like some people, I don't have all day. first things first. Let me just check out that piece of paper. What he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. Didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I could use it for anything. This is the thing I need to... I need to present that to Gumshoe. He'll let me in. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's this, it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. Police department's heir is my heir, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come down to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion balled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for the case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That's what the really only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Ah, a picture. Something seems strange about it. I'll have to show it to him. Could you tell us again about what happened that day, the day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. Then planned on returning to the office that day. That's until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked me to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. And yoop. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. I don't know how he snapped a photo that fast, but shit. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, sorry, is a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? I thought it was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale, and I know this tale pretty well. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive, but then again... Fucking hell. That was weird. I just had a bug hit me in the neck. I don't know if it was a spider or, I've had this tiny little moth flying around. Maybe it hit me in the neck. I only caught a glimpse of it. Very perceptive, then you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? I'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Interesting. Uh-oh. Am I being sidelined here? February 24th, Prosecutor's Office, Underground Parking Lot. Excuse me. Oh, God. Her. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The Star's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Ah, gotta talk to her now. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Ow. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You don't mean. Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one would stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. So illogical to conclude, there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Alright. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department.
Oh, you're back.
You still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turned to a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ.
Gotta admire your persistency, but masters still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line.
My office's last crime scene of the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Actually, I'm curious about something. Why can I see the back of this?
What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was just as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective?
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
here, take my ID card.
You can't do that. If someone found out, I wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, it may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, Detective. Thank you. Oh, no, sorry, that's not the button I meant to... Yeah, there we go. Yeah! Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Oh boy! We've just kind of done something illegal, ha ha ha. Here goes Mr. Wright. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. We've just illegally walked into the Chief of Police's office. I hope we find something to justify our now crime, probably. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you two to bail me out.
Eek!
Gah!
Oh god, she slapped him. Poor guy. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah!
Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my card!
Oh boy.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's see what we can find out.
Got a bad feeling about this. The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on the day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it here.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. Told us so himself at New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Just don't let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. You're too young.
Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Right out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So there needs to be a punishment, literally. But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's beside the point. Hey, this is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it up. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Thing is, there's one code left on that list of people that went into the evidence locker. It's 7777777. Oh, I'm sorry. That's it. Just 7 sevens. Code confirmed. Access granted. Bingo. What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day.
You mean 7777777? That ID number?
That's one short.
It's going to mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside? Why, yes, I would love to.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup?
It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think Chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? That's all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Well, one of them's easy. Seriously, easy. Hold on, I had to go to present. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It was kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence for that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. See if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. God, I swear it's the same sound from Silent, not Silent Hill, Eternal Darkness, that bruh, I can't mimic it. There, fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But,
Hey guys, get a load of this!
what is it?
This piece you just attached is different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Alright, useful to share with you with.
I'm pretty sure that's a negative reaction to the evidence. That's why I kind of flipped through it pretty fast.
Feel a lot better now the jar's complete.
But it only raises another question. What's the piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway?
I have a feeling that the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what it is.
You want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your...
Oh, sorry. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on.
This isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, yeah, I know that. One with a handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's go with this finger. Looks pretty, pretty well seated, and this time I want to make sure I get a nice, even covering. That should be good enough. Alright. Now blow! No. 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 Hello. Now, why would there be a piece of cloth with Emma's handprint on it in Damon Gant's safe? No, how could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there was a lot of evidence.
half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about the case. It would appear so.
Well, was there any help?
Hello! I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I'd rather keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. That is important. Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a bowl. Just then I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But, sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir!
We're on our way out too, then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. But, Mr. Wright! Uh-oh.
Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits, but no, you just had to go sneak in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Well, I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in this office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that lurks behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get him to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? Do you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. for argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Why, Damon Gant. Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Dang, she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe. Okay, well, that I didn't, but the thing next to it. Found in a safe. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder Detective Goodman. Perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer John Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Oh, we are getting very close. It's running late, but this case is going to run late, unfortunately, but we're getting close. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. Unless you want me to just finish it up next week instead of running extra late. And then go from the end of that to the start of next case. It was over with. I don't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have had a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe? Right, then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. Or inside, yeah, her muffler, I guess, really, her scarf. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Actually, considering I have been yawning, maybe I should save it here, and then, you know, what's it called? Finish it up next time? Let's see, which one was the... yeah, that one. I mean, considering the next case will be the first case for the second game, it should be a short case anyways. So, it should pan out. Reconvene. I mean, unless you really want me to just finish up the case tonight, you know, I could do that. It might take between 30 minutes and an hour, maybe. Now, probably more like 45 minutes and an hour, if not an hour 15. It is the last day of the trial. If you think about it, we've only done one day of the trial this entire night. So, I might just go ahead and let it... well, we did a trial and investigation. Plus the very end of the other investigation. But I could just finish it here. It's about my time that I usually finish. But it would mean that I'm going to have to finish the damn trial next time. It's a good cliffhanger? Oh, that's right. You did play this game. So you think I should go ahead and just do this, finish up the case next time? You know, next week? I mean, it would be a good stopping point. Yeah, you played all of them. You ever play the 3DS ones? I mean, there's at least 2 that were on the 3DS. And did you ever play the Apollo Justice ones? Or Apollo Justice. Oh, okay, so you did play the 3DS ones? Awesome! You're the only person I know that has. But I think I'll go ahead and just finish it up next week. I mean, I've got to wake up early enough, and I got stuff I have to do. Actually, I got to go to your house, Blood. But I got stuff to bring over there, and I got a bunch of crap I got to, borrow your scanner printer for. But so I'll go ahead and wrap it up here for tonight. This is a good point, I have to say. You know, we've managed to figure out that there is something just a wee bit dirty about the chief of police. What time? Oh, about noonish. But it's just something about weebish dirty about the chief of police. And something, desperately, that the chief prosecutor wants to keep hidden. And at the same time, there's a piece of evidence with Emma's fingerprints on it. And another piece of evidence that looks like it's part of a word that might spell Emma. Why? Why? So, that will be next time. All I can say is have a nice night and make sure your chief of police isn't dirty tonight. Have a nice night.